Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. I think everything's going. We got our stream screen. We're doing more digital illustrating, y'all. We gotta get this color and stuff in. Okay, we got that done. I think we did that one. So now we moving on. We gotta move on to this next page. We gotta keep moving on. What's going on there? Okay, we need a new layer. Zato, do we need to clean your nose off? Don't we need to clean your nose? You and your nose. Come here. Let me see your face, dude. Come here. If only you could blow your nose. Maybe you can blow it out there instead of you doing that. Instead of you doing that. Instead of you doing that. Mr. Zato, should we have the cat cam on? Cat cam! Cat cam! It's cat cam. It's the cat cam. Y'all, we got the cat cam going. Here you go. You can see me drawing with the cat. Is me drawing with Zato. Mr. Z. Yep, Mr. Z. Come on, buddy. Let's get this going. Let's get this going, buddy. Let's get this going. Let's get this going, buddy. Keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving. That's all we need to do is keep it moving. Don't slack off. Don't slack off like what you've been doing. Don't slack. Slack a crack. Crack a slacking. Crack a slacking. Crack a slacking. Just scribbles, dibble, dibble, dabble, dibble, deepy dee. Just scribbling away. Scribbles, scribbles. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Okay. We're going to be working hard this weekend to get this done. And we got Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday off, so we got no excuses. No excuses not to be working on this. Hey, laughing girl, how are you doing today? Just saw you. Just saw you pop in the chat there. I'm doing okay. Worked this morning, 4 hours, got back, had lunch with the wife, and now trying to just power through these sketches. Gotta get these done. They ain't gonna be finishing themselves. Had a painting session yesterday before I went into work, and then I got lazy after work and didn't do nothing. Didn't draw on this, didn't paint. Just had dinner with the wife after work, and that was it. Checking out Streamlabs, huh? Are you doing that to... are you getting ready to do some more streaming? Yeah, yesterday I did like a hour, not quite an hour and a half. Maybe I did do an hour and a half. But yeah, I would like to be working on it right now, but I gotta get this done. So scribble, scribble, scrabble. Gotta scribble, scrabble our way through this. Screen share, oh, through your iPad, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to make it more stable on the iPad, as far as like, I don't know if it's the signal or I streamed for a while and then it just kind of bumped me off the app. Yeah, so I'm using OBS, which is basically the is what Streamlabs is based on or founded on. But I'm going through my desktop computer, so it seems to stream pretty good out through my desktop, even though my desktop's pretty old. I haven't tried Streamlabs on my desktop. I might check it out, but yeah, I need to kind of work on the iPad stuff, see if I can make it a little bit more stable, or how I could. But yeah, I don't want my streams to go south if I'm trying to do these ones on the iPad when I can just do it on my desktop. Thing with the desktop is I can't, like, and that's what I should do next time, is try to stream from Streamlabs out when I'm working on the painting. Then I could probably, I don't know if you could set up multiple cameras. I have to check that out. And that's the thing with OBS on my desktop. You can set up multiple cameras. You can have multiple mics. You can have all kinds of stuff. You can change, like this. You can have different scenes. So if I want to change the scene, like, oh, I'm going on break. Here we go. I got my little break screen. And then you can change how it transitions too. I just have it on a simple fade. I got my start screen. So I try to remember to do that before I get streaming. Yeah, I made the little banner. It says Omizu. I made that a long time ago on one of my old iPads. And I think my last one, I think I did it in Procreate. And so I had that, and I was like, oh, so you can take JPEGs or PNGs and import them in, and you can have them all over your screen. You can have little stickers and stuff. You can have them animated. You know, if they're like a GIF, I'm sure you could upload the GIF and have like a little GIF playing. I mean, you can kind of do whatever. Not sure about through the iPad though, but streaming through a desktop computer, you can do all kinds of stuff. So, and I could stream this through Twitch. There's different platforms you can stream to depending on what you set up. And I think I'm painting badly. Nick, that's what he uses. Does he use OBS? But he uses that for his setup too. you'll get to OBS. I mean, if you learn Streamlabs, it's pretty much OBS. I think it's the same coding or software. I think Streamlabs has just tweaked it a little bit. Because OBS is like an open source app or code or whatever. Dude, try sneezing on me. Thanks for sneezing on me. Come on, Zot. Snot monster. This is the snot monster. You're getting distracted by your gecko. Cecil! Cecil! Dang, dude. Yeah, all over my iPad. My gecko pet. He came right to the couch here behind me. Nice. It's getting used to you. It's like, I got a good thing going on here. Free rent. Maybe some free food. He's back up on the ceiling now, really making himself at home. Friends. I wonder how long geckos live. Friends for life? Friends for a gecko's life? Time? Today is Thursday. Oh my gosh, the week is gone by fast. Who else is up in this joint? 10 to 20 years, that's quite a while for a gecko. I wouldn't have guessed more than 5 years. I guess lizards, you got what, slower metabolism? They're being cold-blooded. They cold-blooded. Those lizards are cold-blooded. Cold. Oh boy. Can't be yawning. Nope, nope. Can't be yawning. I snuck it in there though. I wonder if, let me check, let me check. I don't know if I have it on here. Do I have it on here? Oh yeah, I do have Discord on here. Is it even signed up? No. 6 to 8 in the wild. Well, this one's from the wild, so we're not sure. Nope, can't bother trying to log in. Okay. Everything's been checked. We checked. We checked. Settings checked. We gotta get rid of Discord on here. We're gonna check Discord real quick. Dang, how did you get your snot all over that? Discord. Oh, we don't even have Discord on here. That's pretty sad. Hey Joshua, how are you doing today? Good to see you. Thank you for joining. You and Laughing Girl, appreciate it. Laughing Girl was telling us about her gecko, Cecil. Cecil be demented. Cecil be Dementor. Oh, I don't need to be hearing myself. Maybe I can check. Can I check Discord on here? Have my mouse upside down. I don't think I have Discord on here. Oh, was that it? Our boy? We have my, come on. We're gonna get rid of we're not going on Safari. Not going on Safari. Good to see you too, man. Can't complain on my end. Hope things are going good for you. Yep, they're going great for me. It's a warmer day than it was the other days. So up in the 20 degrees Fahrenheit, which who's this? Nope, that's not what we're doing. We were checking Discord. Yep, and the sun's out. No, not on here. What? Jeez Louise, login. Alright, email, phone number. Sorry, just trying to get myself logged in to Discord so I can check on something. Zato will entertain us with his snotty nose. Alright, I hope I got that right. Come on. He's just snotting and everything. Okay. Will not let me join. Oh, allow. Geckos are cute. Can't go wrong. Pets are pets. Yeah, geckos won't be living anywhere around here. Your sound is a bit low on my PC, so I can't really hear well, but I'll keep my ears closed. I know I got my audio. Zot, move, please. Dang. That dude just snotted in my mouth. Dude, get out of my face. That was not fun. It's like that girl that was singing to her dog and the dog all of a sudden started whizzing in her mouth. Dude, that's crazy. You work in Celsius. This side is 20 hot. Yeah. Let's see. Cecil is a cutie. What would 20 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit be in Celsius? We can find out. Oh. Yep. You gonna make them pay rent? Let's see. Fahrenheit. 32. So 20. Let me guess. So it's 32 is 20. Is that going to be minus 20? No. 20 degrees. Minus 6. Minus 6.666667. So that's the temperature. Minus 6. Minus 6.6. Cecil is a cutie. I think he's recovering because he lost his tail. Oh yeah. He had to lose his tail. So it's taking time. He's like, man, I don't want to deal with that till my tail comes back. Yeah, that's good. If he's not gonna pay rent, he should catch flies at least. Yep, temp is really hitting differently here. We in the tundra, in the middle of America, middle of nowhere America. It's like the Arctic, Antarctic. Nah, it's not that bad. 20 degrees that ain't nothing. Just wait till it gets minus Fahrenheit. That'd be like, what would minus? Let me see. What if it was like minus 20? Minus 20. Minus 20 would be minus 28. It's like you guys would be catching up if it were minus 20. Or like past us. Minus 28 degrees Celsius. Could you imagine that? Yeah, I'm on Instagram. Here, I'll put it in the chit chat. That's my Instagram. All one word. Don't separate any of the words. Want to share some art with you and get your opinion on pricing my work? Sure. I do have Discord too if you want, if you're on Discord. I think the link is in on my front page of my YouTube. But yeah, certainly you can use Instagram too. Yeah, pricing can be a difficult thing. It's really subjective as far as art's concerned, because the art market is so I don't know if volatile is the correct word, but as far as like yeah, it depends on if you've already have collectors collecting your work, or you have gallery representation, or you're just kind of doing your own thing, and like a lot of us doing our own thing. So what kind of stuff do you do, Josh? You do paintings, drawings, sculpture? I know people that do sculpture. What else? I don't know anything else. I can't think right now. Thank you. I try. I'm like all over the place with my work. I'm not. I don't usually adhere to a specific thing, which can be, depending on what market you're trying to get into, can be a hindrance. Or recently got into it after quite a big break. Hey, there's nothing wrong with taking a break if it's not fun or exciting, or piquing your interest. Then there's nothing wrong with going off and doing something else, and that might actually be the thing you need to, you just need to like recharge yourself. Maybe the your subject matters, you're tired of it. It's like, or your medium, maybe you're tired of the medium. You want to try something different. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the very rare few that know exactly what they want to do, and that's what they pursue. Most of us are just like all over the place. The modest as well makes it even better. Modest or just trying to be honest. Yeah, because for a long time I didn't want to accept that. Oh, maybe I'm just an illustrator, not an artist, not a fine artist. But no, that's not the case. I'm a fine artist first, and then I do illustration. Oh, hey, I totally relate. That's how I was. It's taken me a long time to get to this point, even. But I was always pursuing creating stuff. But yeah, I would make stuff and then just kind of like let it go, like not finish stuff. I have a lot of stuff I haven't finished, so I'm at this stage in my life, being in my just kind of entering into my 50s. I'm like, it's time to finish this stuff, because who knows how much time one has left. So you just have to do what you feel is right for you and pursue that. But yeah, I wasn't as prolific as some people, but I think I made up for that with the quality of my work. But now I'm just trying to just make work, and get the ideas that I have out of my head onto something, into some kind of form, concrete form. Don't look a day over 32 Asian genetics for yep. Plus, I think also my attitude, like for a while now, I haven't been too worried about or upset about little things that are not in under my control or in my control that I have no control over. I can't get mad over that stuff and let myself get worked up over that type of stuff anymore. I mean, more so when you're younger. As you get older, you kind of mellow out. At least for me, my metabolism slowed down, and just like, I don't need that added stress. Alright, I think we can go with the bigger brush now and kind of just get these areas. Oops, I didn't mean to hit it that hard. Dang, I didn't want that. That was too big. Time for a Kofifi break. Oh, I don't even have any. Oh, did you already? You went and checked it out too, Laughing Girl? I didn't even see that. The Kofifi breaks. Yeah. That was, I was like, that's perfect. I don't know what he meant to say when he said that, but a Kofifi break? Why not? I don't even know if he drinks coffee, so that was what I was thinking. I was like, he's talking about a coffee break, right? He wanted some Kofifi. I mean, you can't even blame that on autocorrect, because, like, that's not even a word. Yep, good old Kofifi break. Threw in a little nod to Rick and Morty there. A little nod to Shepard Fairey in his Obama posters. There's a few nods in there. I thought about redoing that one, but it's kind of too late now that Trump's already been elected. But there'll be plenty of fodder in the next 4 years for us on this side of the pond. Surprised you can see that one, because you kind of gotta go back a ways to see that. I got so many. I think I got way too many posts, so probably need to start curating them so the best ones are on there. But yeah, I could probably get a little bit more creative with the posts versus just posting artwork. But what am I busy with? Like, what am I doing right now? Working on this kid's book. No such thing as too many posts. only when you're trying to find that post. See, there should be a way you can search for old posts without having to like scroll all the way back. Unless there is, and I'm just not aware of it. Because I hate scrolling and scrolling and scrolling when you got that many posts. And I don't, compared to some people, I don't think I have that many posts. I mean, I don't even know if there's like a limit on how many posts you can make. It shows the journey. Yeah, I do like that, and that's probably why I'm not going back and like, oh, let me just get rid of these and that so I have less posts. It's like, oh, this is what it is. But there definitely needs to be an easier way to scroll through posts. I'm surprised they haven't tried to add a feature that helps people do that. They probably figure, oh, nobody cares about their old posts anymore. Alright, I think that one, yeah, her face needs fixing. She looks like a fish. She looks like Gollum or something. It's her eye. Probably need to put like an eyelid like this. Yeah, you had to scroll, but love looking at art. I spammed some like of my favorite. That's cool. I appreciate that. I do that too. You sent the photo? Let me see here. I know I got my Instagram on here. Come on. I almost hit blocked. Oh, nice. Oh, that's good work. I like the figures, and I like the contrast you have, like the white kind of liquidy stuff. That's a good contrast from the darks over to the light side, and even like the yellow and yellowy ochre figure has a good contrast with the white. That's nice. I'm assuming this is acrylic paints. Yeah, good figures. Did you do these yourself? Or are they modeled off of something? You did? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, cool. Very good. How long have you been painting? And is this a, like, I don't know if you answered, is it acrylic? It is, I'm assuming you said yes, it is acrylic. Good composition too. It's a very good composition. You'd have to go to Josh's Instagram, I'm assuming. Let me see. There you go. I followed you, Josh. So let me know. Did oh, you modeled yourself, seeing through the paint in different angles. Okay. Nice. Like when you said you modeled yourself, did you take pictures, or just kind of based on your memory and understanding of anatomy and all that? Or using a mirror? I guess nowadays with the cameras, it's easy. You can just kind of set it up. Set the other one. It's still trying to come through. Okay. Yeah, I like the different textures you're getting. Like visual stuff, visual textures. Looks like you're pretty good at controlling the paint. Like getting what you want. Yeah, good sense of contrast. I like the cloud type stuff going on. Cool. Very good. I don't say that. I don't say that all the time either. I don't say sent the other one. I try to look at how the paint flowed and when dried at different angles. So I turn the canvas around many times. Yeah, that's kind of a thing I do. Is I'll rotate the canvas, kind of like how I do with digital. Is like I need the right position or angle to like do a line or whatever. You almost messed up because of the colors. So are you saying you're doing like, are you starting off kind of no worries. Are you starting off with like some kind of abstract image, and then you trying to draw the image out from that? I have no real concept for anatomy just yet. I mean, looks pretty good so far. Dude, no, you can't be up here. I mean, what I'm seeing as far as faces, yeah, bodies, once you start trying to incorporate bodies, that can get a little more challenging. I don't want to say difficult, because it's just how much time you want to put into figuring it out. Why can't I why can't I go back? Get out. Won't let me get out of the pictures. Come on, you guys. Thanks for all the likes, Laughing Girl. You went like crazy. I got you back. I'm following you too. Instagram, my iPad here is being funny. It doesn't want to do. Come on. Why are you not? Can I put changes? Get started. Dude. Yes, that. that's the route I'm going for, really, because I'm still getting into it again. I'm doing a bit of everything: realism, abstract stuff. Hey, nothing wrong with that. You try different stuff, and you know, keep the things you want, and get rid of the stuff you don't want. If you had a gallery, I would want all of those in the gallery. I appreciate that, laughing girl. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had anybody say that to me. No, it'd be good to like try to get in a gallery, but I haven't made any efforts to try to do any of that stuff. I was like, wait a second, why? Oh, because some of these lines. Okay. Zato, brother. Come on, brother. Truly, your work is so unique, it should be in a few galleries. Yeah, if I was in the right markets, there's some galleries here, but in the middle of Iowa, there's not. I don't know how good the art market is here for stuff like that. Plus, you got like others that you're competing with. It could be kind of cliquey too, because it's such a small city and a small market. So a lot of people do know each other, one another. So I have an artist friend that I've made here. He does some kind of his own shows, but he's from this area, and he's had a hard time of it because he has a certain niche with his art. It's a lot of pen and ink drawings, but kind of in a more cartoony manner. And I think because he's older too, and a lot of stuff that's going on is done by a lot of younger people, that I think it's only natural, unless it's a juried show, that whoever's throwing the show is going to want to have their friends and people that they know, not some random old guy, unless the work is just so amazing. But I think people, I don't know, doing small shows, unless they're serious about art and selling art, I think they're just more doing it to have fun. But yeah, I'd say, Josh, keep at it. If that's what you want to do, is you want to be a painter, go for it. I mean, don't let anybody tell you otherwise if that's the thing you want to do. Especially as a painter, you always want to be kind of one-upping yourself as far as your own work. I guess for me, it's just kind of, I hate to say it, it's come kind of natural, because I've always been into making stuff, creating things. My stuff sucked when I was younger, but you know, the more you do, the better you get. it's always nice to have people there to kind of help you too. Maybe give you a critique or whatever if you need. Is that, I can't see with your big old dome in the way. The way there's variety in your work, you could fit it in anywhere if the work is good. They won't judge the individual that much, at least. Yeah, I just submitted work this past, I think it was late November, for a juried show. Didn't get picked. I don't mind that, you know. It's like after a while you get just like, okay, it's not you. I just say it's not me. Maybe it's my work just didn't fit with what they wanted as far as a juried show. So, or the work that I chose wasn't, because they were small works, like the really tiny, like 8 by 8 inch tiny, and maybe they were looking for something more grand, because I've gotten into one of their shows before. That was a long time ago. So sometimes you get in, sometimes you don't. I shouldn't be getting upset, but it's like, oh, I spent money to submit my images. At least give me some kind of thank you rejection notice. And I'm sure they probably get a lot. But it's like, okay, I just paid you. And it wasn't expensive. Hey, Mega, how's it going? Wasn't expensive. Hope you're doing well. It was like $10 a submission, and you can submit up to 3 pieces. But if like they're charging you to even that much to look at your artwork, and who knows how long they look at your artwork, if it doesn't fit what they're looking for, I mean, they just glance at it and know that's not what I want for a show. And I'm like, my pieces are so small, you can squeeze them in somewhere. Yeah, judges are, when it's juried, it's weird, because they have preferences, or maybe they're like, oh, I'm only gonna pick all my friends. Just, I don't know. I'm not sure I know they posted who their judges were for this particular show, so, but I'm not familiar with any of them. But they do it at least twice a year, I think. They do like a summer and then a winter show. So it's not like there aren't other chances or opportunities to submit and get in. I think actually, you know, I don't think they submitted. I don't think they sent an email saying I wasn't accepted. I think they sent just a mass email with all the artists who were accepted. So if you weren't on that list, that's, yeah, obviously you didn't get chosen. But that's kind of the nature of juried shows, which is good, because then there's the other type of shows where like anybody can get in as long as they submit. And if you're kind of serious about your CV or your exhibition history, like those type of shows, I don't know if they would make much sense for somebody that's trying to pursue more of the high-end art career. Right now I just have, well, I don't know, I need to update my CV, because I know there's a bunch of stuff I haven't added. But you should have like a few different versions of it to fit different occasions. But if that's not your thing, I mean, I think at some point people want to show their artwork. Or somebody sees it and they're like, man, you should. That's kind of how I ended up getting into showing my artwork. Was some friends are like, oh, we know some other artists, you guys should get together and try and do something. And so we did. A few of us collaborated, and I had my first kind of exhibition group show with these guys. I don't think I've ever had my own solo show though. I mean, I've done coffee shops and stuff like that. Mostly group shows, juried shows. You know, fun little events that people are just throwing. Some art fairs. I usually do a local art fair at least once a year. Just to kind of like, you know, get out and do something. You know, get some more experience in those areas. Oh, I can't even look to see if he's got any. Oh, I wasn't even looking at that. Forgot to scroll down. I just want to get your opinion on how much you think I could sell these for. So, Josh, are these done? Are these works done? Or if you were to look at these, what is the most you would pay for them? I've been trying to work out a price, but want an outside opinion. I mean, I would say at least $250. I don't know how big the canvases are. Is it canvas? And that's the other thing. Is this paper? Is this done on paper? Because different materials are gonna garner like different prices. Okay, so I can see your hand in there with the CD, so that kind of gives me a sense of scale. CDs are usually about what, 4 or 5 inches. Yeah, I mean, you could probably get at least $250 for these. Honestly, I think you could work on them more. I feel like you're like halfway there. But if you feel they're done, I mean, that's fine. That's I think you could bring out more of the other fellow, the blue. Even the figure on the right, the one in the armor. I think you can create more contrast on that side, because you have this right in the middle. You have this really stark contrast between the dark background on the right and this like liquidy stuff, that's setting the bar for your contrast for the whole entire piece. So when I look at the left and the right side figures, they're not hitting that, at least that bar. They're getting lost compared to that thing right in the center, if you know what I mean. So right now the contrast bar is that really dark against that really bright stark white, and you do have like that little red, kind of the red, orangish red, as kind of like shadow, but that's setting your bar for the contrast. So the other two, the figures on either side aren't are just kind of like in the middle, or kind of pushed back because of that. I mean, you do have that hard edge on for the figure on the right. You do have that hard edge from the white. That's contrasting the kind of the yellowish orangish stuff going on inside the figure. Now there's a good contrast there because of the stark white is like a flat white compared to, you got all this kind of visual paint texture going on in the yellow figure. So that kind of contrasts the flatness next to it. Your figure on the left, though I can see it, is still kind of lost. Like, I feel like you can do more highlights, and I don't know if you're wanting to keep it more subtle, but yeah, right now it's like that guy is lost in the background compared to what's going on in the middle of the image and the left of the image. Like, I think where you're using the orange as the shadow in the figure on the right, if you go like a deeper orange, almost into browns, and not go too much, just to like where the highlights meet the shadows, like underneath there, anything under, you could probably bring that out more with a little deeper shadow. But I wouldn't suggest don't use black. You want to stay within that orange. So if you go deeper orange, or as orange gets darker, it's going to go brown and then it's going to go black. You don't necessarily have to go black unless you want really hard contrast. But yeah, the blue figure, I see you have some highlights in there. Like, I'm not sure if you mixed whatever blue you used, if that's cobalt or ultramarine, and you just added a little white to that to give the highlights, or if you use like a cerulean and maybe some white to create those. Because yeah, it's either ultramarine or cobalt, somewhat one of those two blues. It's hard to tell in the photo. I'd have to see it in person. Photos always kind of throw off that. Yeah, I don't know if you wanted the critique. This is just what I've seen. Because you could really bring out those figures too if you want, like pull them forward more away from their, like, especially the one on the black ground. You could pull that figure out even further with, you know, subtly bringing up the highlights. And then for, like, you know, if you wanted just like the touch of, like, you know, strong light hitting something, then maybe some white, but I wouldn't suggest using any white. too much. Just bring up your blue highlights. You could just add the slightest amount just to give, connection to the white that's going on. But if you want to keep that in the background, then just don't go too crazy with the highlights. Yeah, cerulean cobalt. Yeah, that's what it looked like. The highlights were kind of cerulean because that's more of a warmer blue. Cerulean is, and cobalt's kind of like more of a, I don't know, you'd say like somewhere in the middle. Yeah, same with your other one. It's just it for anything, for most things, the most important thing to an image is going to be the contrast between the lights and the darks. And there's different ways of creating contrast. You don't necessarily have to create contrast through value. You can through color, through shape, pattern, texture, line. You can create pattern contrast through line. If you thought if you went too crazy, it might be a bit flat. Yeah, if you start upping the values on everything on those things, then yeah, it might, I don't know, because you have such a dark, for that one, you have such a dark background on that left side, and then it's almost like you created the same thing on the right side with the white. Because you got to look at, like, your baseline right now is the black, the deepest black and the brightest white. That's like the baseline for your contrast. Anything below that is going to fall in the background. So if you started with your dark, and this is why they say that you don't necessarily have to adhere to this rule in like oil painting, but they say always start with your darks and then build it up until you get to your highlights. That's not necessarily a concrete rule, but there is something to that effect. I could probably do, if I weren't busy doing this, I could probably do like a little demonstration, just digitally. This is all the stuff I've learned over the years just by making art. I never really had any, like, the only classes I've had were a drawing class, like a few drawing classes, and a printing, like a lithography printing class. I didn't take any painting classes. I haven't had any digital art classes other than what I had in high school, which was so long ago that whatever's going on nowadays, like, just whatever I learned way back then just wouldn't make much sense, I think, to what's going on nowadays. But yeah, basically most of my knowledge has come through trial and error, but the drawing class did help me quite a bit That's the drawing class was what taught the teacher in that class. That's what taught me not to be afraid to go too dark, because a lot of people go way too light with their drawings. They don't set their ground rule for, or their baseline for their contrast. So basically, whatever their darkest is, if it's too light, that's your darkest dark. So it's almost better to make a mistake and go too dark with your drawing, because then you can back up off that. Hey, another Winion Chista. Sorry, I know in Don Drell's stream, I don't know what happened. I mistyped your name. I think it said Krista. I don't know. I don't know if that was autocorrect or what, or my thumbs. But I hope you're doing good. What's going on with you? I'm just having a conversation. I think I'm having a conversation. Oh, I didn't even see Laughing Girl had left. Take care, Laughing Girl, if you're still there. I doubt it, though. Yeah, I was just chatting with Joshua, showing me some of their artwork, their paintings. So, but I am trying to work on these illustrations for this kids book that I'm illustrating, and I got a deadline coming up, so I need to make sure I stay on task, don't go too crazy, don't get sidetracked. Oh, you just got done studying for an exam? A what exam? HSVDHDJD? I don't know what that is. That sounds like a tough exam, though. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you have any more questions or anything, honestly, Joshua, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your paintings, but you know, as somebody that's been painting for 30 years plus, just and again, that's coming from my perspective. Like, as far as like what would I do if I were to finish the painting, that's what I would do. You know, so I'm only giving you advice based on what I would do. So, I mean, if you feel that it's what you have is comfortable for you, then, you know, you can keep it that way. Oh, okay. Like the frustration is built up that much, you had to slam the keyboard. like somebody on a piano keyboard, and then just go, I'm over this. This is it. I'll come back to you when I'm ready. You're sleep deprived? Oh man. But studying will do that to you. Also, staring at a screen for hours will do that to you. Right now, it hasn't been an hour. Well, it's been an hour and a half for me. Yeah, you know what? So, since I didn't go to art school, Joshua, that was, and I know Amit's mentioned this too before. I think he said this in his last stream. Like, the biggest thing, what was it? The biggest thing that, was it people miss out on, or that he got out of school that you probably wouldn't get on your own, is the critique. And so the few classes that I took, And I know I had one in my printing class that I was um, like I did a piece. It looked very much like MC Escher, because at that time I was like 18 or 19, very much inspired by Escher's work. I did a piece of my own, but it was very Escher-like, even down to the signature. And we had a critique, and the only thing that I got out of that critique was one guy stood up and said, "Oh, it looks too much like MC Escher." And I left like, yeah, that's obvious. That is really obvious. Like, but what else? Like, technically, what else about the piece, you know? And I think what I needed to get out of that was that, you know, the guy was, even though he was being very obvious about, you know, the critique as far as it being looking too much like Escher, was that I think, and this is just me many years later on, is that what he was trying to say most possibly was that do your own work. Don't try to look like somebody else. Because maybe there was nothing else they could say about my work other than, look, dude, you need to find your own path. Like, somebody's already did this. Like, it looks like his work. It just looks like fan art. And so, you know, until just recently did I think, like, maybe that guy, he wasn't an asshole. And, you know, he was genuinely, you know, trying to give out. And this was just another student in the class, because the teacher didn't say one thing. They just let all the students critique. And yeah, I was just like, but I'm 18, 19. I'm into this stuff. Like, I'm inspired by this work. But I think that's probably the thing that I needed to hear the most, is that I shouldn't be trying to mimic somebody else's work, but do my own work. There's nothing wrong with stealing ideas or whatever. But, like, pretty much to copy somebody else, that's not going to get you very far unless there's something else to why you're copying somebody else's work. You're over it. YouTube did it to you. So YouTube, you got distracted. YouTube's like, come over here and watch some of me. Yeah, sometimes you need a break. Step away from it. You know, go do something else. Yeah, I don't know if I'm just being long-winded. But yeah, that's kind of, as far as schooling is concerned, that was something that I think I wish I would have more of. But I didn't do that. I didn't take that route. Yeah, I always get distracted with YouTube and like looking at art. I'll be on Instagram, I'll be in YouTube. I'll go to, like, you know, the art magazine websites to read art articles on art. I guess I'm just pretty much. You just checked Wild Wolf's channel today and subbed to you. Did Wolf go live? Did she go live already? I saw she had posted some stuff. Oh yeah, I'll be on. You know, I'm live streaming this. who knows, maybe because it's still early for me. It's like early afternoon. If I get a little distracted, maybe I'll do a quick short live stream of the oil painting. Oh, she didn't. Because I know her, she's on a different whole different time zone that's like way off from us. I think she's like 7 hours behind me. Yeah, I just set my I just been setting my notification bell to all the people that I want to kind of stay connected with. And so anytime something, and it doesn't always get to me right away, but usually if I have that set, then I get notified right away, and then I just go jump on their stuff. Yeah, she'll be asleep. I mean, right now it's 2:45 p.m. here where I'm at. I think that would be 9:45 p.m. for her. Yeah, the Netherlands. Yep. For some reason, I thought she was from South Africa, but that's Laughing Girl. Laughing Girl's down in down there. Yeah, YouTube. That's fun. I enjoy it because it's kind of like a game to me, as far as like, ooh, can I keep up with different time zones? It's 10:47 on your side, so you're like, oh, geez, yeah, you're over there, and oh, it's just after midnight for you. Yeah, you guys are pretty close in time zones then. Geez, like late evening for you. Yeah, I would be up probably till like midnight or 1 o'clock. Typically, I try to get to bed by midnight. So yeah, we got a little more than 9 hours before that for me. Uh, yep, it's mid afternoon, I guess, or I'm just glad it's sunny outside, even though it's cold. Yeah, I got to get to sleep. I get that, you know. If you got to go, Chista, um, yeah, get some sleep. There's always. Oh, you're also in South Africa? Yeah, I forgot. I think you mentioned that, Joshua, on um, Emmett's stream. I forgot about that. Yeah, different time zones. I enjoy it. Keeps me on my toes as far as like, people thinking Americans are all the same or whatever. Yeah, we kind of are in a certain way. But, I just want to go that little extra distance and try to be um, more open and available to the other people in different areas, different time zones, different parts of the world, and try to make connections versus like, what people typically think of Americans is, being self-absorbed, and we are pretty self-absorbed. But I've always been kind of this way because being a mixed heritage, my mom being Japanese and Filipino, that's in a whole another um, part of the world, like pretty much on the opposite side of the world here. So that always kind of stuck with me and kept me aware of like there are other places just besides just where I'm at locally, and to always to keep that in mind and stay aware. But I can't say been the best at that, but So if people are talking about temperatures and the weather, or even just the times, I try to pay attention, and like, if they jump in chat, I'm like, okay, this is they're hopping into my chat and it's late for them. So, I want to stay conscious of that fact. I couldn't imagine once you start getting more and more and more followers, like being able to keep up with that. But yeah, I heard the word nationalist. Is that what it is? Assuming things about people just by looking at where they're from. Yeah, nationalism is starting to come. I mean, it's always been here in America. Like, people are always like proud, the saying goes, proud to be an American. It's like, yeah, that's cool, but there's other people all around the world too. And I'm proud to be a human on the earth. I don't want to be, 'cause to me, and this is an American thing because in American sports it's that way, and I'm assuming it can kind of get that way in sports elsewhere, like with football. In America we call it soccer, but like our football, you play with your hands, not with your feet. So I don't get it. I'm not much of a sports person, really. I'll pay attention to stuff, kind of get to know a little bit about it, but I'm not deep into sports. But yeah, so here it's like, each area, region, or whatever, your locale has their team, and we root for our team, even though like there's all these different teams that make up the different leagues and stuff like that. So, and people from all over the states, they might have their particular team, but in the end, hopefully people remember that, what makes America great is our connection with one another. And the same with, outside of, like, the greater world, is that what makes us great is, as people, as humans, are the connections that we can make and maintain. Because it just seems like everything's falling apart. Like here in America, Trump got elected. Like, yeah, that's the system. So you can't get too bent out of shape that your guy didn't win or your gal didn't win. Yeah, maybe there was some shenanigans going on there for somebody, but in the end, that's who we have as our leader for the next 4 years. Write that with gold somewhere. Yeah, there you go. Just start tagging that everywhere. I think I ran out of steam. I'm not as good as some people when it comes to keeping the conversation alive. I'm not always the best monologuer. I can speak, but yeah. So yeah, there seems to be a kind of a rise, and I think just because Trump got elected, that now the people that were pro-Trump, they feel empowered to go out and spout off about nationalism and the importance of nationalism. And I'm not saying that they're completely wrong. America is a very wealthy country, and we have a lot of wealth, and at times if people are upset because they feel like we're giving too much money to certain groups, and I'm sure there's definitely truth to that. I mean, if that's the way they want it, or the way they collect our taxes, what they should do is allow us to pick and choose what we want to do with our money that they collect. But that would be way too much work for the government to have to deal with in the first place. And I'm sure there would be people that'd be like, no, you can't be doing that. You can't allow citizens to choose where the tax money goes. There wouldn't be any roads or anything. They'd all just want like free food and free living. And we can't have a socialist nation because that's too close to communism, and in this country communism is a taboo word. Now, I'm not saying I want to go that route, but if you look at these other countries that are communists, they're still able to function, but the problem is it's the way they treat their people. But I don't know what it's like to live in a communist country, other than what we get through our news feeds. And here in this country, news is, I don't know, the quality of news is based on how much money they're generating. Hey, what's up, John Drell? What does communism even mean? I mean, they say it's bad, but I'm sure people look at our form of government and how we've been dealing with things in the world, and they say, dang, that America's bad. Like, America's this big ass bully going around bullying everybody, telling them what to do. Chilling time? Oh, wait, does that mean chilling and burger time? You got a big old burger. I had a chicken, I guess you can call it a chicken burger, but it was a chicken patty for lunch. Big chicken sandwich with some nice crinkle fries. Yeah, news is business, and when anything is controlled by money, it's hard to trust. I feel like way back when, before all these companies got so large, maybe the news was good, and those people, and I'm not saying that everybody that's in the news industry is all about the money, but it's the people that are running these things. They're definitely about the money, because I don't think their concern is good news, fair news, balanced news, whatever. They just think throwing something out there is news. Like, half the time they're not even reporting any news. They're trying to get the story, and it's just like them just trying to fill up airtime, thinking that that's news. Like, oh, we're just going to keep them on the edge of their seats. Hard pill to swallow. All right, Chista. if you gotta go to bed and your mom's telling you gotta go to bed, you better go to bed. Yeah, get some rest, get some sleep, recharge, re-energize. And there's always tomorrow. You're a lot closer to tomorrow than I am. And Dondrell. Both of us. All right, Josh. Good to chat with you. I mean, if this is any kind of chat, it's weird. It's always weird when somebody can speak and the other person has to type. But I appreciate you joining in. Yeah, you know, if you need any more or you want to show me more art or get my opinion on something, you can always throw it in. Throw it up on Instagram. You know, that's cool. I'll take a look at it. Or if you just want to share something. Yep, that's true. They try to keep that. They got to try to keep that down. All right, Chista, take care. Have a good evening. Good sleep. Catch you in a stream somewhere at some other time. Thank you again. I appreciate it. You too, Josh. Take care. Yeah, you also stay safe. You guys take care. Get to sleep, and we'll catch you again. Now I want a burger. So, Dondrell, what made you want to start coloring your black and white drawings? I mean, that's cool. You do what you want with your art. I was just wondering. Seeing Emmett and I working with color, you're like, I gotta get back to working with color. Like, I need color in my life again. It's too much black and white, man. It's this stark black and white. Sometimes I go back and forth. Like, I'll do drawings on the iPad here that are just strictly black and white. Yeah, there could possibly be a short stream later, oil painting. Depends on how much I can get done on this. Getting close to finishing this layer of the drawings. Some of these lines gotta go though. There's too many lines taken up. Unnecessary lines. That's the thing with digital. Easily take out stuff. I don't know. There's something to be said about the analog stuff, though. Just like the little like the accidental marks or marks that you think shouldn't be in there, but you know that they're there. That makes it interesting. Oh, the chat's not even all the way down. The drawings need some more light. Yeah, I think color gives stuff a little more character, but so are you going to be coloring them all in or just a select few? This one here. Yeah, some of these lines gotta go. Go. Like this gotta go. That's gotta go. This has gotta go. That's This has gotta get cleaned up. Select few. Okay. So were you using, you said you were using crayons. Were you also using your oil pastels? I feel like crayons wouldn't give me the deep, rich color like you get when you're using your oil sticks or even the pastel. So I'm just wondering if that's why, if you were using the crayons in conjunction with the pastels. Because I know you have those pencils in different colors too. Maybe one day I would get myself some of those to try out. I'm like sitting on all kinds of different materials, art materials that I've like bought over the years. And I have like a whole box of the oil sticks, oil bars that I haven't tried playing with yet. I think I've used some in the past on some stuff, but not either strictly oil bar the big oil sticks cover too much surface area. Yeah, for such a small piece. I know they make, well, I'm not sure the smallest size oil stick they make. I'm assuming well, it looks like you have some like the big sticks, but you use whatever, yeah, I mean, whatever's at hand that you can make a mark with. Yeah, why not? Even if it's nail polish. I've used a candle from a wax, like a red candle. That painting, my brother has. There's like grass, like long grass that I used. I can't remember. I used something to adhere it down to the canvas surface. I used wax from a candle in that one, like covered all kinds. Found a bumblebee. There's a bumblebee in that. Like, used all kinds of stuff. Yeah, people like stuff. I got some worn out boxers I was thinking of like using, like kind of tear them up to kind of get them in the flatter pieces. and then dip them in what is that stuff? The gesso, and then cover the canvas with old boxers because they're all worn out and thin. And I'm like, I could throw these away, but it can also be used as material. Like, I don't have to go out and buy more material. I already have material, and just like create like a surface texture on the canvas, or even make like piece it together and make the canvas from those materials. I know people use fabrics and stuff to create paintings. I don't know them personally, but I mean, I know of them and their work because of YouTube. Hey Wendy, how are you doing? Yeah, it's got to be late for you, I'm assuming. I'm doing well. Just kind of getting later afternoon here, so I'm just trying to get these drawings done. But how are you doing? I didn't even check to see if Travis was on at all. Usually he'd be popping on right about around this time if he had to work. Probably give him another hour or something, he might be on. But I hope you're doing well. And I know it's evening time for you if you're having dinner or going to bed. Wish you a good evening. I forgot what I was doing, which was cutting these lines. Cold here, Mr. T. Not yet. Late day at work. I think he will make it. Yeah, he usually does. I think he tries to stay pretty regular with his schedule, his streaming. He's like me. Like, I stream whenever I'm free to. 21. Oh, it's almost midnight for you. Or no, not midnight. That would be 24. Like 9 o'clock. Is it 6 or 7 hours behind? Because it's 3:13 here. That would be 12. I can't count. 9. Yeah, 9 hour difference. Is it 9 hour difference? Really? Nope, not 9 hour difference. It would be 9:12, so 6 hour difference. So, kind of later, not quite late evening. Wasn't that a Rush album? 21:12? I'm not sure, was it? I'd have to Google. It sounds familiar, though. 21:12. I mean, that's what do they call that? That's not a palimpsest. Palin something. Rush. Yep, it is an album. 21:12. Released March 1976, Mercury Records. Reached number 5 in Canada and became band's commercial breakthrough in America, peaking at 61. Yeah, I thought that sounded familiar. Not all that familiar. A palindrome. Yeah, I knew it was something. Yeah, palimpsest set. I can't say the word. And palindrome. I always like those when they pop up, especially when I'm looking at the clock. It's like, oh yeah. Kind of like little games I used to play as a kid. Like riding the school bus to my grade school and trying to do the alphabet. So basically doing going through the alphabet. So each letter I'd have to find a word out on the street that started with that letter before I can move on. Total weirdo kid games. Funny thing is like you can't use the same thing you used the day before. So no cheating. It's a good way to kind of look at the environment, our surroundings. These are getting, whoops. Come on. Dude, why are you not, oh, I'm going the wrong way. There we go. Like undoing when I don't need to undo. So, get rid of this, that. Alright. This needs to change though. Right here. Yeah, that could use some work, but we will fix that. I just need to keep moving with, is this? Need to keep moving. Get these filled in. Oh, go bigger. So is Rush the band that everybody dislikes? I don't understand why people dislike Rush. All right, we're moving on to the next page. All right, yeah. Come on. Get rid of that, and then this. Oh, Zato. I think my cat needs to go out. Yeah, you need to go to the bathroom? Gotcha. wife was asking me to grab her something. I'm going to try this washer again. If it starts to act up, I am going to turn it off. Alright. Well, let me see if our guy... Alright, Wendy, you have a good night. Take care. We'll see you soon. Thanks for stopping through. I appreciate it. What is going on with Discord? We made it to the end of the year over Discord HQ. Well, I don't care. I want to... Here we go. See if I'm Painting Badly is going on tonight. Welcome. Welcome, Willow Moonfire. Okay, hello. Who else? Oh, I did wave. Next stream. Next stream. Where's the next stream? Oh, come promote yourself. Promote your stream. Show your work. Critique. I just want to know when the next stream is coming on. What's today? Nope. Yesterday. I'll post today, so probably not going on today. Okay, guys. And following 1,034 channels. It's crazy. Let's see. Got my, I don't know if this is locally made Pop-Tart. We got this Ghetto Gastro Chocolate Raspberry kind of Pop-Tart. Come on, if I can get it open. Gotta open it that way. Yeah, I got this. That's what it looks like. Yep, that's good. Got the raspberry inside. All I'm missing is my coffee, but I don't have coffee. I have some root beer. Very watered down root beer, which is fine. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. There it goes. That's because I have two tiny rugs in it, and it goes off balance. One of the rugs is heavier than the other rug. I don't know how. Oh, you know what I should do? Second, I'm going to put it through the second wash with the laundry detergent. But until then, we're going to clean these up. Clean these up a little bit. Oh man, painting or game night? Play some game. Alright guys, I'm gonna put the laundry detergent in. gonna get my cat bed off of here because my cat's not in here anymore. Ghetto gastro. Oh yeah, here's some stuff. Gotta clean up. Gotta clean up. So we do this purple. This purple. Oops. Gosh. Hey. Whoops. Nope. Cancel that. I guess I've been looking at too much stuff. Ooh. Let's check out our guy. The Jazz Shepherd. Come on. Which episodes have I missed? Come on. What do we got here? I know I was listening to one videos. Come on. Was that old? Yeah, I was listening to this one about Billie Holiday. Hold on. Stop. I'm going to start over so you guys can listen to this. Alright. Hopefully we don't get copyright struck.
Morning, everybody. How are we doing today? I want to start real quick by saying thanks for everybody who's helped out and support the channel. And still need donations to help keep this cafe alive. So those who are in a position to help, please send money through PayPal, Patreon, YouTube thanks, whatever. We're just trying to keep this archive available for the public to come see. It's an important place that documents a large chunk of the American narrative. And not all Americans want to hear it through the lens that we put it, but it is the story that's being told, one of oppression and tyranny and overcoming that struggle through art. So if you value this channel and the things I share with you and the time I put into these episodes, if I lose this, I lose my home and my business, these episodes will also disappear. So if you value this, please help support this and help me keep this viable. And it's only going to happen with your donations. The locals just don't support me like I was hoping they would. But
locals aren't supporting.
We're going to talk today
Sorry, Dan.
about one of the most tragic figures in this great art form. One born by the name of Eleanor Fagan.
Eleanor Fagan.
And it's taken me a while to compile this episode. I wanted to try to put her discography together in as linear a format as I could. And I didn't want to present it without having kind of my ducks in a row. It took me a while even to pull all of her stuff out because she records for a number of different labels over a number of different times. It's stuff that are getting bought out by other labels, put it on the road, so it shows up at different places on my shelves. So it took me a good few days to pull all these records out. And to try to sort through the lineage and chronology of everything and really get into a grasp on it. I think I'm ready to present it to you guys and tell you the narrative as we go along. Born April 7, 1915, Eleanor Fagan. If you look at the Wikipedia page, there's actually some confluence in terms of whether she was born in Philadelphia or Baltimore. I know she certainly spent time in both, but she certainly was raised in Baltimore and raised to young, unmarried black parents out of wedlock. Her struggle and the tyranny that she lived through and just the sad stories that unfold in this narrative are tearjerking. There's some real ugly stuff that happens in this story. She dropped out of school at the age of 11. In and out of different housing situations, different parental roles. Parents, father abandoned her at a young age. Her father was a jazz musician, went to play with Fletcher Henderson, and they kind of reconciled to some degree later on in Harlem down the road. But she ends up being raised by her mother and her mother-in-law. It's just a crazy story of a young child. She was raped at the age of 11. At the age of 12, she was working in a brothel. At one point, at the age of 9, she was being housed by some nuns in a reform school, and because she was acting unruly, they locked her into her room one night with a dead girl. You get to spend the night in this room with a carcass, with a dead girl. And apparently it left indelible haunting on her for the rest of her life. She would wake up screaming years later just from the memories of that haunting experience. And so from the series with the nuns and the parenting and the abusive, disappearing parenting acts and the dropping out of schools and being in the brothel and hearing the music of Louis Armstrong and Bessie Smith, these Vice singers that were providing the music and the backdrop to the Vice den in America. She was exposed at a young age to what the Black American artists of like Bessie Smith and Louis Armstrong in particular, those two really triggered something in her. And she's known to have wrote at one point in her own one of her biographies or autobiographies that was Louis Armstrong's West End blues that really impacted her in terms of rhythmic pronunciation and how to enunciate. And she always tried to sing like an instrument and was never professionally trained. She never had the education of music theory or knowledge. She just tried to sing like she heard the great players like the Lester Youngs and Louis Armstrongs and to enunciate and to perform like an instrument, which gave her a very unique approach that while maybe not technically proficient, ends up becoming one of the real linchpins for many singers on down the road, including a one young Frank Sinatra, who I'll get back to later in this episode. She takes her name from the actress Billy Dove, who she was influenced by at a young age, and her father's name was Halliday, who professionally on stage used the name Holiday. So the Billie Holiday name was kind of a juxtaposition of those two names. And via Baltimore into Philadelphia, where her mother relocates, her mother eventually relocates to Harlem, I believe in 1928 or 29. And Holiday eventually follows her mom up to Harlem. And she ends up getting gigs in some of the local Harlem clubs as a teenager out the Alhambra and other places like that. And she's singing and already creating a bit of a niche and a bit of a buzz, but still very much an unknown commodity. And it was John Hammond, the great talent scout, who really heard her. And he showed up to hear a different singer, actually. When she was there, he was kind of took by her. And it was Hammond that kind of puts her in touch with her first recording sessions with Benny Goodman in '33. And that quickly leads to her working with the great pianist Teddy Wilson. And Teddy Wilson is going to eventually have his own moment in the sun with Benny Goodman as well, a few years down the road. But it was with Teddy Wilson where she records a huge body of work, I think 95 songs. She worked with with Teddy Wilson throughout the 30s. And it's a very convoluted music industry in that time. We're talking 78 RPM. She's recording early on for Vocalion and for Brunswick. And even the story of Brunswick's rather convoluted. It's an independent label. Eventually it falls into the hands of Columbia. Somehow Warner Brothers wrests it away because they weren't meeting certain distribution agreements. And Brunswick ends up being in the House of Decca later on. But at this point, Brunswick was an independent entity recording a young Billie Holiday with Teddy Wilson. And it's an interesting time. And she's really kind of finding her way. At that point, you sold 3,000 to 4,000 or 5,000 copies of your 78, which was pretty good for a race record. I mean, that was the real plateau. There wasn't a ton of expectation to sell a lot more than that. In '35, she works with Ellington briefly on the Symphony in Black, a Rhapsody of Negro Life, singing the song The Saddest Tale, playing the part of an abused woman, which for her probably wasn't a huge stretch. And it's one of the stories that kind of echoes through all of her life, just this entire series of abusive relationships and violent men and alcohol-induced violence and just real tragedy. And so through Hammond, she starts making some inroads through Teddy Wilson and through obviously Goodman briefly with a couple songs. One of the Goodman songs actually sold relatively well. In '35 with Wilson, she had a pretty big hit with What a Little Moonlight Can Do and Miss Brown to You. And in '35 she starts working with Vocalion Records. I Cried for You. Sold 15,000 copies. And again, a successful 78 for a race record sold 3,000 to 4,000 copies. Because again, your distribution's going to be so vastly different than a Paul Whiteman or a Benny Goodman. Any of the great white singers of that day had the Dorsey brothers. They had very different distribution channels. The race records went to Harlem. They went to the south side of Chicago. They went to the black neighborhoods in Philadelphia and D.C. And so it was just a very different economic distribution that race records were really able to achieve. And so with Vocalion, she has a fairly decent success with I Cried for You. It's considered one of her early staple and industry songs that's important. In 1934, Lester Young was boarding at her mother's home in Harlem. And it was listening to Lester, how he voiced and enunciated things that she said was a big influence on her. And Lester ended up christening her Lady Day. And she ended up calling him Prez. And both those nicknames really stuck and became huge parts of both those artists' legendary status, Lady Day and Prez. They were dear friends until the day they both passed away, months apart in 1950. So Lester actually lived with her mom, boarding for a while. And even the story with her mom and some of the instances with money and taking Billy's money and not ever giving a cent back, and just some real ugly stuff. And I guess the story of God Bless the Child comes from that, which we'll get to again later. And in 1937 and 38, she starts working with Count Basie and Artie Shaw. And she's working with Basie, and she does songs like I Can't Get Started and They Can't Take That Away From Me. She enjoys working with Basie, but Basie said she was very unmanageable. The band had to kind of steer everything to work around her. She didn't take direction very well. They were playing kind of a stopgap tour of one-night stands in small clubs. It was rough. It was very rough. And she ends up getting fired from Basie's band. And the great singer, what was his name? Jimmy Rushing, I think it was, said she was very unprofessional and just very unmanageable. And so there's some different stories about why she got fired from Basie, but she ends up working with Artie Shaw later in 38. And that didn't last long either, because as a black woman singing in a white Jewish orchestra, she was subject to all sorts of racism. And especially when they decided to tour the South, the Jim Crow South. There was an instance in, I think it was Lexington, Kentucky, I think I wrote it down, where one of the people in the audience called her N-word wench, singing their song, and just incredible disrespect, and just protest, and Shaw tried to defend her the best that he could, but it was just heartbreaking and difficult for her, seeing the conditions in the South, and seeing the treatment of her people, and being in a white orchestra, trying to make a difference, and people enjoyed her, but she was still less than being black in America in 1938. And it's just a real sad story. And finally, in November 38, she's in an elevator in the Lincoln Hotel in New York. And the customers in the hotel were complaining about her being in the elevator. And she was asked to take the service elevator. And Artie Shaw tearfully had to go and tell her that we would appreciate if you could not ride in the people elevator. And she ended up quitting and didn't really tour again. I mean, she does some stuff for the Jazz and the Philharmonic, but even there she doesn't do extensive road tours. She doesn't go to Europe a few times later, but she really kind of avoided that experience from that point forward. It was just a really tough thing for her to witness. So it was while playing with Count Basie in 38, I believe it was. So it was with Basie in 38, I believe, that she was playing at the Savoy Ballroom opposite of Chip Webb and Ella Fitzgerald. And it was the battle of the ages, if you will. And across town that same night, Benny Goodman was playing his famous Carnegie shows. January 16, 1938 it was. And so the Webb Orchestra swung just so hard, and Ella was such a great dynamic singer, and Basie and his group had that simplistic driving swing that they did, and Billy singing. And I guess from most people's perspective, it was a pretty close draw. I think Metronome magazine gave the nod to Webb, and Downbeat voted that it was Basie. And by a 3-1 margin, Fitzgerald won that battle in-house that night. But while they were competitors, they ended up becoming pretty good friends, Ella and Billy. And they worked both for Norman Granz years later under the tutelage of the Clef Record, Verve Record umbrella. So it's really an interesting dynamic as we get into the late 30s, and she's really establishing herself, struggling with her personal demons, but still building her reputation as a singer. I'm going to try now to show you vinyl-wise. Again, this is going to be kind of a posthumous look at those 30s recordings, how they got repackaged in the LP era in the early 50s and even later. And most of what was on Vocalion, OK, and Brunswick ends up being owned by Columbia. So in the early 50s, it looks like 1949 even, this comes out. And this is Teddy Wilson, Billie Holiday, 10-inch. I mean, it almost looks like a 78 the way it's packaged in the flimsy paper. These recordings are from 35, 36. Legendary early Billy, Miss Brown to You, I Wished on the Moon, What a Little Moonlight Can Do, If You Were Mine. Like, these are the early standards we were talking about. Again, they were recorded for Brunswick. They were done on 78 RPM, but here they were issued by Columbia in 49, 60/40. So a pretty early 10-inch in the Columbia discography. And then also on Columbia, a few years later, Billie Holiday Favorites. Again, a 10-inch, number 61, 63. So that shows you how many 10 inches Columbia is putting out. Volumes and stuff compared to what some of the smaller labels are doing, where they have like 20, 30, 10 inches. Columbia had hundreds. And these songs are going to be more from the 40s, 40, 42, 47. I think some of the stuff was okay, some of the stuff was Vocalion, some of it might have still been Brunswick stuff. But it covers 37 to 42 mostly, again, just compiled. And there was hundreds of songs from that era, so this is just a selection. Just Sin to Tell a Lie, Swing Brothers Swing, Laughing at Liar, Time on My Hands. There's one other 10-inch on Columbia that has another kind of less than this cover, kind of like the early cover, that comes in between, which I've not tracked down yet for a decent price. But this is 2 over 3 Columbia 10 inches. And then this came out in the Party Series, House Party, number 2531. And that 2500 sequence, the House Party sequence, was over 100 titles of kind of swing dance music meant for the young kids. I think these were slightly at a budget, discounted price. And she shares this here with Lena Horne and Ella Fitzgerald. So all 3 of them have some titles on there. But it's still a cool piece, and you see Billie. They probably didn't do a very good job picking a photo from that era, but it's still cool to see her Columbia work. And again, that recordings on there are all going to be from the 30s for the most part. She does record for Columbia up to like 42, I think. And then we get into the LP era. And this came out in 1956 on Columbia. Lady Day, Classic Collection of Billie Holiday. And these recordings were from 35 to 37. And again, it's going to be some of that same stuff that we saw on the 10 inches as well. Miss Brown to You, I Wished on the Moon, What a Little Moonlight Can Do, Summertime's on here, Billie's Blues. So again, standard stuff. Some of it's from her time with Teddy Wilson. But this is how Billie was coming available at that time, from 56, like I said. And at this point, she's well under contract with Norman Granz at the Clef label. But Columbia's reissuing her early material in this new format. So again, it's a convoluted thing here. And this is how, by the 70s now, this is a 2 LP set, the Billie Holiday Story, Volume 1, that's 33 to 39. And here's Volume 2, an awful cover if you ask me, 35 to 39 as well. And then Columbia has a Volume 3 in this series. This is 37 to 42. And so these 6 LPs, which of course 3 double LP sets, document a lot of that Vocalion, Brunswick material. But so you can see that it's kind of convoluted getting this all straight. And then again in the 80s, they issue another series from that same era of recordings from 33 to 42. And so this is going to have some crossover from those double LP sets, from the 10-inch stuff. So there's a lot of duplicity, and it's kind of a convoluted thing to get your head around. Then here's God Bless the Child, which is also a compilation double record. Just a ton of great material on here. Also pretty much from that same era on Columbia. And so while some sides were recorded for Columbia, not a lot of it was. So that wraps up the first chapter. Let's move on to chapter 2. So in 1939, she stumbles upon this poem written by one Abel Mirror.
Hey, Emmett, what's the main story idea here? What do you mean for this?
Very charged
The book?
poem
It's
kitchens in the south.
if that's what you mean, it's the character on the left here, that's Stella, and then that's the character on the right is her mom. So it's pretty much Stella trying to find and meet her mother.
Her father was
So
refused medical treatment for a serious lung ailment and ended up dying.
that is pretty much the basic premise for this, for the book.
And so whenever she would sing this song, she couldn't help but think of her father. And it just would bring up all these feelings of racist hurt and pain.
So what's going on with you? How are you hanging in there with all the fires and stuff? It's gotta be smoky as crazy hell out there.
And
You know what?
Columbia, the label, wouldn't touch it. You can't
Swear
regret
there's
that.
her.
Just a little bit too poignant. A
This
little bit too close to
should have a paw.
the hip. And so one
Did I
Bill
have-
Gabler at the
no?
Commodore label decided that he would take that chance and record it. And the Commodore label under Gabler was a very forward-thinking label.
Yep, every page is made from scratch. There is no AI involved in making these.
Social undercurrents.
It'd probably take me longer
at
to
Bill
do
Gabler's
the
Commodore
AI
records
than just to draw the image myself.
And this
So
label
I just
recorded
start with
that
a
and
simple
covered the
sketch.
song Fine and Mellow.
With like this.
And Fine and Mellow became a big jukebox hit, with the B-side being, of course, Strange Fruit. And the song had a fairly impressive popularity. It was recorded on April 20th, 1939.
Oops.
And it's just
The
really
bird wasn't in
one of the
there.
most important recordings of the pre-civil rights era. This isn't even the civil rights era. This is pre-war. This is testament to.
Yep. So I just start off with the basic sketch,
And one we kind of gloss over. So
and
we
then
see
just
this,
start filling it in like a coloring
this, of course,
book.
will be coming out in 53, 54, and it was culling together her 78.
Oh, character sheets, like where I just did the characters
So it was here
to
with
reuse.
Bill Gabler that she got to record his first session in 39
Nope.
with a couple of other
I just
songs,
did
6
each
songs.
drawing for each page.
And
So
then
here's all the
44,
pages.
She records some more stuff for Commodore and Gabler, and she actually re-records.
I did have like
some
stuff
songs
from the
she
first
did
book.
with Wilson
So like this
back in the
this
30s.
image here, that's from the
And,
first
had
book.
some pretty big success for Commodore with some of
This
that
image
material.
here.
Her mom opens up
So I'm
a
just
restaurant.
kind of modeling the
I think it was
characters
called
off the first
Holly
book.
or something like that, but she's capitalizing on Billy's
So yeah,
magic
that's
story.
kind of
And Billy
that
ended up buying
here.
another
So
lot
this is
this period. And when she went to go get some money from her mom,
so yeah, I did
she
all the
needed some
sketches.
herself. Her mom refused her. Wouldn't give her a cent.
These guys are supposed to not be in
And
there.
then her response to that was to say,
Cats will
"God bless
look
the
like
child that doesn't have
the
no
cats on the left.
which she turned into a lyric and was co-wrote
Yep.
with someone. And it became one of her biggest selling songs in 1941. And it sold 1 million copies. So that was a big hit, and that was for Columbia still.
Yep, this is Stella. She's dreaming about her mom running through the fields, back on the farm.
So she's still at Columbia. She
And
intermittently
then
does recording
is
with
Stella in the closet looking for a photo of her mom. She's making a big
And then in
mess.
42, right before the recording ban, a young label springs up in the West Coast.
And then, whoops,
Called Capital.
that's
And Paul Whiteman, the great white swing.
there's Stella trapped in a cabinet.
Lighthearted arrangements.
Look, she was looking for the photo book that has her mom's picture in it. So she ended up trapped in this cabinet.
One of the early kings of swing, which from any perspective is kind of an insulting gesture.
And then here's her getting let out of the cabinet.
Under the name Lady
So she's
Day,
tumbling out of the
contract with
cabinet.
Columbia. And she records the song Traveling Light.
And then
And,
this
it's
is
popular
her
in
and her
43,
brothers
a number one R&B hit in 42 for Capitol Records.
looking in this cabinet.
puts a hiatus
where
on recordings
they think the photo album is at.
in America. That's what a lot of things kind of
And
came
there's a
over
scene
the
where they find the photo album, they push it out of the cabinet. That's that.
So when the recording ban ends in 44, by this time Milt Gable from
What made me
Commodore,
just, this is not my story, so I'm just illustrating it.
which was a label that was kind of
Sorry, yeah, turn that off. So this is not my story. I didn't write this story. I'm just illustrating the story, so I didn't really decide on anything other than what to illustrate. Here's the cabinet. They're trying to get the book back in. Stella's in there. She's in the cabinet. And then, yeah. So I did quick sketches, some thumbnails, and then I drew the bigger sketches. And then I submitted the sketches, and then they approved or told me to redo them. Stella and her mom meeting for the first time. So they're running towards each other. And Stella and her owners having a discussion. And then obviously this one is Stella and her mom on a hill saying goodbye. That goes. Let me just turn all this back on. Yeah, I was thinking about a coloring book. We'll have to see. You know, you can make some money off a coloring book, I guess. So, and then this one here, this is a kind of like a group photo of Stella, her mom, her brothers, and her owners. So there's still quite a bit to touch up, clean up. Right now I'm just going through and adding this color here to the fur. Let's see, that. Oh, I was trying to add in, I think there would be like a paw here. Yeah, maybe one day I'll get around and do a coloring book. Hey, man, I was trying to erase that. So what are you up to today, Emmett? Are you doing some painting or trying to... Yep, not outdoors. I keep seeing updates of the fires. Not that are like easy line drawings. I'd have to go back and just outline stuff. Oh, you were at the gym? You were out in the smoke? Making lunch now and then painting. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about if I get a chance doing a quick oil painting stream, but I really need to kind of stay on task with this. I want to get too sidetracked, but yep, it's hard to stay away from that painting. You know, I feel like this that's kind of better. Whoops. How did I find this? It was like word of mouth. So at my job, so I work at a hospital. My old supervisor, I guess over time, she knew that I did made artwork, and so her supervisor had this passion project, dream project that her and her sister wanted to do a kids book. And basically my supervisor was like, hey, Corey does, because we had a meeting one time, and then during the meeting it came up like, hey, Corey does art, you should check his art out. I showed her my Instagram, she started following me, and so basically her and her sister made the decision, and they asked me if I was interested in illustrating the book with them, and I said sure, why not. I haven't done that before. I mean, I've done art, and I've done digital art, and I've done some simple illustration like logos, simple graphics for people, but I never done a full, like, try to illustrate a book or anything, or even just a huge illustration project. So I guess you can say this is my first real illustration job, even though those other jobs were real. But yeah, just like word of mouth, like I had no idea, at that time I would be, when was it? It was December of 2022 is when we first got together, and all through 2023 I did work. I did the illustration for the cover of the book back in, I think it was May of 23. Finished that, submitted that, and then the next step was to work on the spreads for the book. So there's a total of 15 spreads. Each spread is 2 pages. So you got text on one side, illustration on the other side. Pretty basic setup. So I have the dimensions. The publisher sent me the template, and So I got the template, and then I just started laying out doing the sketches. I did some really quick sketches, not quite thumbnail size, but a little bit bigger. And I sent that to them, and they came back and approved pretty much most of them, and I just had to do a few redos. And did those, sent those back to them. They approved them. The publisher was good with them. And then they sent me this template, and I started laying everything out in the template, and then got those pages finished, sent those in, got some notes back along the way about do's and don'ts as far as books, kids books. And then we got it all by the end of 2023, like mid-December, like a week before Christmas. I had submitted all the finished stuff, and then I didn't hear a dang thing from anybody until late winter, early spring, that the book was getting ready to come out. And I'm like, I don't even know if it's in the printers or what. I just keep hearing that the book is coming out. So come April 1st, 2024, the book is released, and it's on Amazon, Barnes and Noble, on the publisher's website, because they're a book publishing company local here to Iowa. And I can't remember, they did some kind of kids book, what is it, like fair, like a book fair for kids books somewhere. And that's what that was their goal, was to get it into the fair, the kids book fair, at early April. And so along the way, the books, I don't know how well it's been doing, but I guess they've been selling books. I already got paid for everything, because it was agreed upon between the authors and me that they would pay me hourly, and I racked up so many hours. Basically, they have to take a loss on the first book because of how much they spent on me and the publisher. So anything they get back helps them recoup the money that they spent on us, but they're not going to make a profit. So this time, for the second book, the publisher stepped in. He's like, I'm gonna deal with you. You go through me, and then I go through the authors. It's kind of been that way, but this time it was a flat fee, which was fine, because I kind of asked them in the beginning. I was like, do you want me to give you a flat fee, or do you want to pay me by the hour? And they were like, we'll go hourly. And I didn't think, because this was my first gig, I didn't know how it was going to play out. I didn't think it was going to be like that many hours to produce something, but I put a lot into that first book, a lot of hours into that first book. So, and I guess it's been worth it, because the book got 5 different awards so far, from various kids book promoters or publishers of kids products, I don't know what you call them, magazines that put out or promote kids products. So they have a book category. So they've they do certain awards, so the books can get these awards through these different kid family friendly, I don't know what you call them. Yeah, I guess you could. Well, the thing is, we didn't win one for illustration. We won for best picture book, or I think it was an honorable mention for best picture book. So it still counts as an award, because they give you like the little sticker or stamp or whatever that you can put on the book saying this group promotes this product. So, and we got three different companies or groups that do this. We got at least one award from each one of those. I'm not familiar with them, so I don't know, whatever. It's cool to hear that, but hopefully for this book I can get like a best illustrator, but I doubt that, because I look at some of the other illustrators out there doing kids book, and they do some really amazing illustrations. So I've tried to do my best. I try to make it look the best that I can at this time. So, but then I also have to make sure it's consistent with the other book and it doesn't look too drastically different. But yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully the second book can win something. If not, I think the awards just kind of help people make decisions about whether they trust the product or not. Man, what's up? But, as long as I put my all into it, I'm happy. Yep, so you can say it kind of fell into my lap, but not really. I was just right place, right time. And that's why it's good to like kind of just get your artwork out there, so that when the time comes, people can see it and they get to know that you're an artist, this is what you do, and eventually it might not necessarily be a kid's book or whatever, but it could be something, that you're like, wow, I would have never thought I'd be doing this, and that's cool. Yeah, people gotta find you, so wherever, and I would say this is probably the first time that my Instagram got me something. Well, I can't say that, because I did some logos and stuff for different businesses. But, I mean, as far as something on this scale, yeah, Instagram really helped out in that. Only because that was an easy way to show somebody my portfolio, even though it's not officially a portfolio. It's just images up on Instagram, and a lot of people are on Instagram, so it makes it worthwhile. But yeah, if you're being courted by somebody that is looking for a specific thing, then having that stuff ready to go early on is important, so you're not fumbling around like, oh, but here's this image, oh, hold on a second, let me find. You might not have a ton of time with that person before they're off doing whatever, what do they call it, like your your 1 minute pitch or whatever, your 5 minute elevator pitch or something. Because my Instagram is all over the place. I don't have everything like organized. Like, here's my digital drawings, and here's my paintings, here's my acrylic paintings, here's my oil paintings, here's my mixed media stuff. It's all just kind of jammed in there. And I think, you know, them seeing that stuff showed my what do they call it? My versatility. But this was their first book, so it wasn't like a professional company coming to me like, we want to see your we want to see your stuff. You know, I wasn't courting somebody else. They found me, and then I just happened to be like, yay, here you go. Yeah, multimedia. You know what I mean by that? I'm assuming you do. Yeah, if I were to get any kind of gigs, I figured I figured like illustration would be the thing that I would get work from. Not really my fine art. Yeah, that cat piece you were doing, did you do that? Were you getting paid to do that, or were you doing that as a friendly gesture, or like a donation type thing? And this was done very sloppily. It's very sloppily. Excuse me. Oh, that's good. That's nice. It's always nice when you get those kind of things. They might not be the galleries, but you know, it's nice that somebody's recognize your talents and abilities and want you to do something for them because of that. Duplicate. So, what do we do? I'm going to turn that off. All for one little thing. Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to just get that art out there, because you know, like with this, it's like somebody saw or heard about me being an artist and that, and then I got work from that. Whereas if I didn't share that I do art and stuff with people, I probably would have never got the job or the opportunity. So, you know, doing this, even though you're not getting paid a lot for it, could lead to more work or more commissions or even bigger projects. I mean, I always thought, oh, like, I'm only going to do fine art. And for the longest time, it was just like, yep. And then people asked if I could do like signs, then murals, and then logos, and then this. So even though I just want to be a fine artist, eventually you're like, I gotta get paid. And they ain't getting paid being a fine artist. So I knew my strengths as far as like drawing, drafting, and creating characters, creating stuff, that I felt comfortable taking on this project. Whoops. Now, making sure I get it done for them, that's another thing. Because I can be lazy and procrastinate and put off and make up excuses. But I've done too much of that in the past, so now it's like you need to change those habits, those practices. So I'm working on it. As you can see, I'm trying to be more focused, you know. If I could do this without having to worry about going to my day job, that would be cool. I'd just sit here all day and draw or paint. But right now, the day job is what gives me a regular paycheck. And I like doing my job. I don't mind it. Sometimes it pisses me off. Just like any job that's like a job, it's gonna do. Okay, now where's our line drawing? Oh, wait. Dang it. That's not supposed to be a part of that. Okay, hold on a second. So this, so that's gotta get separated. We'll just merge now. Okay. So, wait a second. Okay, so this needs to get erased. This eyeball is way too, or this eye slit is not in the right position. turn that back on. Let's get this eye in the right spot. Oh, you know what? I do want this. Duplicate. Erase this side. Erase that side. And then erase this. Okay. Well, this is weird. I don't know how these eyes got jacked. Wait. This whole part needs to go. I always gotta fix my own work. I always gotta fix my own work. Let me see. Oh yeah. All right, I got it. Alright, so we need this. Okay, now we need to fix the eyeball. Sorry guys, I having to do this. Whoops, that's not the one. It's this. Duplicate. Oops. Packages outside. We got some packages outside. I will be run and go get those real quick. They're literally outside. Alright guys, I will be right back. I'll put it on the whole break. Well, I'll just leave it as is. Oh my. Talk to it, man. Yeah. Come on, man. Don't eat where you work. Always make a mess. Eat where you work. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, we are back. Finally got all this situated. Oops, not what I wanted to do. Oops. Hey Goober03, how are you doing today? Thanks for joining. Okay, I think.
subsidiary, and by this time they've actually kind of reacquired Brunswick and that kind of convoluted messing. And when she comes to Brunswick, sort of Decca, she launches that crew with the song Lover Man. And she insisted on adding strings. And they were a little hesitant at first, but when they showed up and the strings were there, she was ecstatic. And this is a kind of a poppier, show-tuney, I mean, it separates her from her earlier Teddy Wilson sides here. This is a much more of a torch singer kind of a thing that she starts to do for Decca 44 through 1950 or so. And she has some pretty big successes for Decca in this period. Again, number 5 in the R&B charts, Lover Man, number 16 on the pop charts. And it's a time of some fairly big success for her, financially, but also a lot of chaos.
Weird. Thought I did do that.
46, she's working on the film New Orleans with Louis Armstrong and Woody Herman, and racism and McCarthyism is rampant post-World War II. They are under heavy pressure to minimize the black portrayal of the influence of the African American on jazz. And so the producer Jules Levy and the writer Herbert Bieberman had to really reduce and edit, take things out, and rewrite parts. And in spite of that, Herbert Bieberman still went to jail in 48, I believe it was, for being part of the Hollywood Ten as proponents of socialism and praising other minorities. I mean, it's amazing how ugly some of our American history is. A lot of Billie Holiday's work gets removed. And she was pretty disturbed by how many songs and how much of her performance was just taken out of the film. And how they didn't want to acknowledge Armstrong and Holiday and the influence of black Americans on this jazz music. Call it New Orleans, for fuck's sake. It's like it couldn't be any more evident the importance of African Americans on this music. So again, she's feeling a sense of being jaded and really being denied. She sings Good Morning Heartache in 46, and she starts doing a real string of torch ballads in 46, 47. She made $250,000 in 47, 46, 48 over the course of 3 years. Became one of the top selling artists of that torch song kind of thing. 46 and 47, she was voted downbeat as the #2 singer. I mean, so she's really reaching some critical acclaim and pinnacle success, some financial achievements. And then in 47 in May, she gets arrested for narcotics. And this narcotics arrest really changes her fortunes. The case of the United States versus Billie Holiday left an indelible mark on her. And she was never really the same post the trauma of that case. She said that during the process of that trial, the United States of America versus Billie Holiday, that's exactly how it felt. Like it was the United States versus Billie Holiday. And I think she was clearly targeted as a symbolic example. And we're going to really let people know that even as big a star as she is, we're going to throw the book at this woman. And racism is still such a rampant disease in the culture of this country. And again, we're still a decade some away from civil rights really entrenching itself and taking place. Her lawyer often wouldn't show up for court. I mean, think about how that would feel, how isolated and alone you would feel. And she was often sick from withdrawal, being on drugs and having to withdraw, going to court, couldn't hold food down, nauseous, sitting in that trial, just doubling over from illness, needing medical attention, having the nation attacking you, and not valuing any of what you've done. And she was eventually sentenced to Alderson Federal Prison in West Virginia, where she served a year or so. got out for good behavior. She lost her cabaret card. And her cabaret card was her license to earn. That means she couldn't perform anywhere where they served alcohol. And so, already not touring America because of the ugly that existed everywhere in America, now she can't perform in most of the clubs in New York. And it just led to hardships upon hardships. And when she got out of jail, she was convinced. So again, she gets out of jail from West Virginia in 47, 48 after serving around a year. And she's very sheepish to return to the spotlight after the people of America versus the United States versus Billie Holiday, how she feels about her place within the country, how she feels diminished by the racist propaganda agenda that had suppressed her and suppressed her in the film New Orleans. And they were really making her feel like an underprivileged member of society. And so when she was they were trying to talk her into doing the Carnegie Hall show in March 27, 1948, she was really hesitant to do it. She's like, I'm not sure people want to see drug addicts Billie Holiday anymore. But she kind of relinquished and chose to do it. And they sold out 2,700 tickets in advance, which was a record at that time. 3 curtain calls. And at one point, so yeah, she had 3 curtain calls, and at which point she collapsed. And they had brought her out a box of gardenias, white gardenias, which was kind of one of her trademark things. And there was a hat pin in one of the flowers that she punctured her skull with, her head. And it was bleeding, and it was all over her face, and she didn't even notice until she collapsed after her 3rd curtain call. But the audience still loved her. She was still an unmistakable icon and an influencer, and was largely shaping the American singer of that era and all eras to come. Her interpretation of a vocal, her ability to inflect her own experience upon a vocal is really unrivaled. And of course, Armstrong kind of really sets that table. But it's just an amazing legacy of sorrow and sadness that seems to follow her. And for every happy highlight headline, there's 3 or 4 just devastating events that take place. She has a second arrest in San Francisco on January 22nd of 49 in the Hotel Mark Twain. And this is by George Hunter White, a Federal Bureau of Narcotics agent who has a spotted marked history. And there's some who think that he was looking for a headline. And obviously, if you're a federal narcotics agent and you're following around a jazz singer, you're obviously got some political and cultural, social motivations behind, because obviously she's not bringing the drugs in. She's obviously not a huge trafficker of these narcotics. She's a user and a victim of the illness, and not someone you should be funneling and spending federal taxpayer dollars targeting. And this guy has kind of a large legacy that's ugly in retrospect in some ways. So again, she's back in the eyes of the law, and again, she's back being the center of a lot of ill repute. In 49, she manages to have a big hit with Crazy He Calls Me, her second biggest decade hit behind Lover Man, with very little radio support because of her publicity and because of who she was still doing relatively well. Decca was the first label to really give her royalties in the sense of how we understand that today. And by the time the 78 era comes along, or goes away in the 50s, a lot of her records fell out of print for a long time. And so in 1958, which we're jumping ahead a little bit there, she received $11 in royalties. I mean, so a song sung by most African Americans, though, there's a long litany of African American artists who were hijacked by the American recording industry. And it's always been an industry bereft of justice and equality and equal distribution of its earnings, and that goes the same for the R&B groups of the modern era and even all the rock bands. There's a lot of exploitation by the powers that be. I want to real quick go through some more of the music from this time frame. This is the Commodore box set that Japan put out probably in the 80s or 90s, I'm guessing. And this covers again her Strange Fruit recordings from 39, and then she once again recorded for Commodore 44. And this has alternate takes, and I think it's 3 record set. And it's a nice box set. It's comprehensive, again, with the alternate takes and all the kind of Japanese fonts you could ever want. But there is an English side to this as well, I believe. Yeah. So it's a very good set to have, and it's always great to have her Commodore recordings. It's really hard kind of going through this and having to share a lot of the tyranny and oppression, and I mean, but it's the story that we live in America. This Billie Holiday, Teddy Wilson is on the mainstream label. If you look up there, it says Commodore Jazz Classics. It's a repackaging again later of the Commodore stuff here in America. Aside from the Japanese big box set, this would be some of that 10-inch material, and it was actually packaged again on Atlantic in the 70s.
Excuse me, guys.
And why Atlantic, how they license this, and why not really.
Dozing off here while I'm driving, while I'm drawing.
And tells that same story of her Strange Fruit era, Columbia.
Oh, we got 5:23.
Stepping into that gap.
It's been
And then, of course,
4 hours and 13 minutes, really?
Record a Decca where he becomes an A&R guy. Here's an early Billie Holiday Decca 10-inch, which came out in 51. But it would be songs from 47, 48, 49, different 78 RPMs. Lover Man, of course, was like a big hit, like I said. Ellington Solitude, Who Loves You, Porgy, You're My Thrill. There's some great stuff on there.
Okay, hold on, guys. Got more packages. Freaking.
Late 40s. Once again, called onto a 10-inch LP from the early 50s. Not that expensive, you can find that. And then LP era comes along 54, 55, and of course Decca once again reissues that material here on LP. The Lady Sings, Billie Holiday. 50, this came out in 56, but again it's Decca stuff from 44 to 50. And again you have some of the same material, but other tracks as well. Easy Living's on here. What is this thing called? Love. She's doing a lot of recording for Decca and for Columbia and for Vocali and for Ecca. Here's another Decca LP. This one from 58. These recordings are mostly from 46 to 49. Keep on Running. Give Me a Pigfoot and a Bottle of Beer. Baby Get Lost. So again, not current recordings from this era. effect. And then here's Loverman, again reissued on Decca. And this is from 58 now. And this will have a lot of the same material as that 10-inch which I showed you, with some other material added to that as well. And so these three LP seem to capture most of her Decca, at least a lot of her Decca stuff. And it is a more torchy, vocal, string influence, kind of poppier side of what Billy was about. Here's the greatest hits that came out probably in the early 60s, maybe mid 60s. Again, it's going to be just more of those hits kind of culled together. Lover Man, Solitude, Easy Living, Crazy He Calls Me, God Bless the Child. So again, you're having Decca just kind of, and then once again, Good Holiday Story. Decca. And that's another nice collection of a lot of her 44, 47, 49, 47. I mean, so it's all of her 40s Decca stuff called together. So again, worthwhile to have, but it's a very sacred, but still wonderful side of Billy. So in 50, 51, 52, 53, there's a lot of drugs, there's a lot of drinking, there's a lot of abusive men, there's stories coming out, books coming out, a lot of narratives being shared. She's kind of in between here. She ends up being fairly broke at points in spite of having made good money at times. Her mother, again, has been an abusive agent as well. She ends up with a week-long engagement in Boston at the Storyville Club, which is the George Wein Club, who's famous for the Newport Jazz Festival of the 50s and 60s, which of course became his iconic promotion. And he kind of gives up the nightclub and works on these jazz festivals that were, of course, very huge events. And they had, the wife still has a club in Boston, and there's some great stuff recorded at that club. A lot of it's on the Storyville label, some of it ends up on the Blues label, some great Stan Getz stuff in Storyville. So there's a lot of really iconic stuff that gets recorded there. But in 52, when she has this 1 week engagement at Storyville, some of it gets recorded. And Nat Hentoff comes out and introduces her and tells a little narrative. And the Dale label, which is a really small label, issues this, Billy and Stan. And Stan Getz accompanies her, not on all the numbers, but on some of these numbers. Detour Ahead, which was actually an Aladdin recording. I think it was in 51, she ends up on Aladdin Records out on the West Coast, but very briefly. I think she records only 4 songs. And 2 of them are blues, actually, which for someone who's considered one of the great blues singers, she wasn't really recording a lot of blues that are standard blues in that sense, but everything she sings has the blues pouring out of it. But Detour has one of the songs she actually recorded for Aladdin, that she documents here at Storyville. It's a Burt Goldblatt cover, which of course Goldblatt's all over jazz in this point of jazz. And this is not the best sounding recording. The vinyl itself is a little bit aged, but it's also a very expensive, very rare piece. And it's one of her most rare 50s era recordings. And I was happy to come across it. I kind of took a while to really understand where this fit in the timeline, but it is from that Storyville engagement. Another thing I saw said it was recorded in France, but I don't think that's actually true. I think it is just Storyville stuff. And it's a cool piece, definitely worth, if you ever stumble across it, definitely worth grabbing. And then the Storyville label, which goes out of business in the 56-7 era, gets relaunched in Denmark in the 80s. And here, the Danes reissue a full-length LP from that Storyville engagement from 28th of October to the 4th of November 1951 or 52. I think it was 51. Might have been 52. Can't remember. But, so that's where this comes from. So again, not something that came out at that time. The Dale came out at that time, but this came out in the 80s. And she's actually in pretty good form here. But it's a very convoluted discography. It's not like just running down Hank Mobley's Blue Notes. It definitely takes some more discerning. In 54, she ends up on this Leonard Feather promotion in Europe. And she's on tour over there with this group, including Buddy DeFranco, Red Norvo, Sonny Clark, Beryl Booker, Jimmy Rainey, Red Mitchell, Carl Drinker's in the group, Elaine Lighton. Quite an ensemble is over there playing in Germany and playing in Sweden and Switzerland. And that actually ends up having someone record one of the nights, and it shows up here, I believe in 64, on the United Artists label. This is from one of the nights in Germany, Berlin, I think it was, maybe Hamburg. I can't remember. But it's a concert in Germany. You see Billy on the back. And documents an interesting time of her life. And she's kind of about to make a second resurgence. But again, she struggled with a lot of money issues and law issues and drug issues. There's books being written about her with various stories and tales and affairs and a lot of interesting tales, including one about her having an affair with Orson Welles, right around the time he was working on Citizen Kane. I mean, it's just a convoluted tale that is half a nightmare, half a fantasy time. It's really quite crazy. And then a very important chapter develops. And going back to the 45, 46 Jazz and Philharmonic, Norman Granz documents some Billie Holiday stuff. And she's not on a lot of the JATP tours, but she does show, I think she's part of the 54 tour. But she ends up signing with Norman Granz and Clef Records in 52. And for some reason, some of the biographies and maybe the Wikipedia page really glosses over her Norman Granz era, which is astounding to me because it's outstanding stuff with outstanding
package.
Certainly it doesn't have the revisionist oversight of the Columbia executives and the people like Decca who go back and populate those Wikipedia pages with all of the stories of her life, helping sell those eras of her discography. The Norman Granz era is a returning to her being a real jazz singer, a real jazz instrumentalist, having her voice be used in that purest of senses, and really highlights her in a wonderful setting with incredible musicians. And like I said, the Wikipedia biography on it really glosses over. It doesn't even mention Norman Granz, which is astounding because most of her body of work that's actual LPs being released in her lifetime, it's almost all from Norman Granz at Clef and Verve, which, again, why would they not dive into that a little deeper? The first recording for Norman Granz here was this 10-inch Clef number 118, 1952, which resurfaces as LP 690 on the Clef, which they lost.
Oh, you dumb thing.
Full volume, welcome back.
No.
Happy Friday. Finally.
Yeah. Just going to the dang channel. You can ruin everything. Ruin my stream by cutting off.
But I mean, you have Ray Brown, Alvin Stoller, Barney Kessel, Charlie Shavers, Oscar Peterson, and Cliff Phillips. I mean, it's hard not to make that kick ass. And she's fantastic here. She touches on some of her older material. These Foolish Things, Easy to Love, You Go to My Head, East of the Sun, Only Have Eyes for You, Solitude. It's just a wonderful chapter in Holiday, and some of her finest recordings are clearly here from Norman Granz. Again, that's just the Verve 8074 repackaging of the Clef 690, which had the same cover, which was just this 10-inch. And there's a few other songs added to the LP that I've actually not been able to figure out where they come from. Probably could have dove a little deeper and figured that out. But then in 53 and 54, she has 2 more 10 inches for Norman Granz. And again, incredible lineups, just wonderful, wonderful resurgence.
No,
If you're living with severe alopecia.
Why are you? Gosh, you stupid.
And her with really empathetic players that really understand her. And these were repackaged as Clef 686. And then again as Verve 8027. So again, these come out first as 2 10 inches, 53, 54, and then as this LP on Clef and on Verve. And so you don't need to have all of them, but wonderful, wonderful Norman Granz led sessions. And then this is really at the Philharmonic, and it actually comes from a late 40s recording of her at the Philharmonic. And she's really in fine form, a great DSM cover. But when they went to reissue this on LP, they decided for some reason to attach it with this Ralph Burns Freeforms 10-inch, which is Clef 115. So really released a year or so before, maybe 2 years before this was released on 10-inch. But again, these recordings are from the late 40s. They get coupled together on this LP, Jazz Recital. Why they put Ralph Burns with the Billie Holiday Philharmonic stuff, not really sure. Maybe to sell the Ralph Burns, maybe they help sell each other to different audiences. It seems a weird coupling, to be honest. Why would you put these 2 10 inches together and lose the DSM artwork for that repackaging? But that's what they did. So we're actually listening now to this. Body and Soul, baby. She's just a marvelous, marvelous talent. And now this gets us into the real body of her work as LPs for Norman Granz. And this is from 56. This still had a Clef reissuing as Clef 669, so there was no 10-inch here. It was Clef 669, and the Clef label continues into 57 or 58, but the Verve label is already in place. So the Verve repackaging probably was almost synonymous with the Clef issuing of it. It was issued as Verve 8026, and also as a Verve 5260. Again, you have Benny Carter, Harry Sweets Edison, Barney Kessel, Jimmy Rawls, John Simmons, Larry Bunker. Just incredible groupings of musicians behind her here. And then 56 as well, Velvet Moods by Billie Holiday. Again, not a very traditional Holiday cover. Edison, Carter, Kessel, Rawls, Simmons, Bunker, again, pretty much the same, possibly from the same sessions. And then in 56, Lady Sings the Blues was issued. And this has Harry Edison, Charlie Shavers, Willie Smith, Barney Kessel, Kenny Burrell's on some of this, Bobby Tucker, Wynton Kelly, Chico Hamilton, Lenny McBrown, some West Coast players here, Red Callender, Tony Scott. So it's kind of a bit of a different lineup there actually, but a lot of West Coast guys there. And she, again, there was books coming out, Lady Singing the Blues. She once again, around this time, plays Carnegie Hall. Again, to quite big fanfare. It's an interesting resurgence for her. And this is a documentation of her Carnegie Hall performance from the 55 and 56 concert. This didn't come out till like 61 on Verve 8410, but it's from this era. In 57, she does Songs for Distinguished Lovers, Billie Holiday. Harry Edison, Ben Webster, Jimmy Rawls, Marty Kessel, Brent Mitchell, Alvin Stoller, and Joe Mondragon's on some of it. Larry Bunker's on a couple tracks as well. So again, now you're straight into Verve release 8257 here, 1957. But again, she is diminishing. Let's be clear. But day in, day out, Foggy Day, Stars Fall in Alabama. I mean, I love her in these settings with these groups. She's really phenomenal. Body and Soul in 1957 once again. Again, the Sweets, Webster, Rawls, Kessel, Bunker, Body and Soul, 81-97. So in this era, CBS does a special called The Sound of Jazz on television. And Billy's part of it along with Lester Young. And their years-long relationship really gets one more dance in the spotlight. And they kind of are just nodding to each other and just really inflecting and accenting each other. It's a beautiful moment in jazz. And both of them pass away 2 years later within months of each other. But it's definitely a highlight moment in a waning of a great career and a great life. And she just dies so much younger than she really should have. In the summer of '57 in Central Park, there was a series called Jazz Under the Stars of concerts in the park, along with Dinah Washington and other artists as well, and she was part of that. And she's recognized, but it's still America, and she's still a black woman. You know what I mean? This is from Newport, I believe it's from '57 as well, featured Jordan Billie Holiday, both performing. And I'm not sure who the group is on this, but personnel Mal Waldron, Joe Benjamin, and Joe Jones.
Alright, we finally got that, but we're going to have to come back and erase.
So, interesting stuff. And
reverse.
This comes out in '58, and her contract's actually expired at this point with Verve. But they have some stuff in the vaults, and this has Bud Johnson, Charlie Shavers, Billy Bauer, Herb Ellis, Oscar Peterson, Ray Brown, Stay With Me. Some wonderful versions I hear, Wished on the Moon, Ain't Misbehaving, the Great Fats Waller song. Just great stuff. Billy Taylor's on some of this as well. Cozy Cole. And then what I believe was her last Verve record. This is from 83-29, 1958. Sweets, Webster, Rawls, Kessel, Mitchell, and Mondragon as well. All or Nothing at All. And again, she's already been re-signed by Columbia at this point. But again, she's been greatly diminished in health, and her strength and energy is really not what it once was. And in '58, she records this record under the tutelage of Ray Ellis, who leads an orchestra of a 40-piece band, Lady in Satin. And again, she's greatly weakened. It's recorded in February of '58, released in June of the same year. And I mean, it's not as great as her Norman Granz recordings. It's a long way from her early Teddy Wilson, fantastic stuff. But it's still a noteworthy and a record worth having in your collection. And then later the next year, she records the Save for Ray Ellis again, which ends up being her last recording memorial. Obviously, got to put that sticker on there, memorial, because she passes in the summer of this year. This was in March of '59. And again, the Ray Ellis Orchestra kind of backs her on these numbers. And she's greatly diminished at this point, sadly. And then there's a couple more Verve collections here that are just, you know, tracks from those records I just showed you. But her Verve clef canon is great stuff, yet it's really kind of glossed over in some of the archives when they talk about her history, which I don't really understand, because I mean the lineups that Norman Granz gave her to work with is top of the mark stuff. It's a sad ending. By July 15, cirrhosis of the liver leading to heart failure, she passes away. She's pronounced dead. And Lester passed shortly around that same time. And they say when she died, she had 70 cents in the bank. And I mean, in some way, that's the story of the black artist in America. It's a sad story. It's hard not to tear up at times. Being put in a room by nuns with a dead girl, locked in a room, being raped at 11, the parental turmoil that she was subjected to, the alcohol, the abuse of men, the drug addictions, the court cases with lawyers not showing up and the country just coming down on her, and having still recorded one of the greatest bodies of work and be one of the greatest singers of all time. And I'm going to close this episode by saying Sinatra, around the time of her passing, gave her recognition as one of the greatest single influences on his career. They say that she was one of the single most important singers in the American history. Sinatra, who doesn't really sing with a ton of holiday in his sound, but he recognized and was so influenced by her. And holiday is just such an important element of the American pop. She deserves so much recognition and so much praise and adulation. And so I hope you all enjoyed that episode. It's a bit long, but I did want to put it all together, let people see her body of work from that early vocale and Brunswick OK stuff, the Columbia era, the stuff that she did for Commodore, then how she goes to Decca, and how her song kind of changes in that era. And then just the fantastic return with the Norman Granz stuff that's really on par with anything anyone's ever done. And I just, in my heart, I just love her story. It's just a touching story that needs to be shared and retold, and her remembrance should be held in the highest esteem. She's truly one of the greatest of all time. And we'd be remiss to not recognize and really heap praise on this Paine woman. This woman who was raised in brothels, cleaning marble stairs for the elite, picking up breadcrumbs, trying to make a living, just tossed between the not give a shit pile and the discard pile. Just, it's really a sad story that it moves me to hear it and to read it and to research it. And you can hear it come through her voice when she enunciates songs and inflects and changes the meaning of songs with just simple syllables. It's a very unique skill set that she had a real knack for. And I enjoyed pulling this together. It's a huge body of work. It took me a long time to kind of pull all this stuff out. So I hope you all enjoyed that and I hope you all appreciated that. Please help support the channel. And let's just, in the comments, let me know what your favorite Billie Holiday era is, what your favorite Billie Holiday song is. And have it help those who don't love Billie Holiday, because she's such a noble music. And many of us would have crumbled much earlier to the things that she faced.
Okay, I think we got
It stirred my heart at times. It really was a difficult narrative to tell at times, but it certainly needs to be
down
done.
on this page.
So I hope you all enjoyed that. My name is Dan. Appreciate you all again. Please help support the channel. Please support us financially if you can. If you want to see this type of content continue to be on YouTube, I need this venue. I need this place. I need my home. God forbid I lose it. I might lose my records and everything else with it. So y'all be blessed. Have a great day. We'll talk to y'all soon. Peace.
Okay, guys. That was my friend Dan. His channel. He goes by the Jazz Shepherd. Didn't I duplicate? Can't duplicate. I cannot duplicate. duplicate. Alright, what we need to do is then duplicate this, select, come on, select, duplicate, and we're going to have to merge some stuff down. Merge, get merged. We're going to have to merge anything going on here on the old tubes. Tubes. Okay. Come on. Oh my gosh. This iPad is really making me mad. I'm gonna listen to this again.
Full volume, welcome back. Happy Friday. Finally. Sometimes the first work week of the year can be the most intense feeling, at least after 2 weeks off. Anyways, welcome back. We are headed into the weekend. Artist Journal, January 9th, 2025, broadcasting from the inner half of the nervous system, deep within inner space. My name's Adrian Pocabelli. It continues, and another day, another masterpiece, as I like to say here. Here's Rat Cloak out of Ukraine. It's hard not to read into the war, you know, frankly, for the last 2 years, in a lot of Rat Cloak's work, unfortunately. So, a great artist, as many who have been paying attention to art on the blockchain would know. I laugh, I think a 6529 is Rat Cloak on that list. So an interesting piece. Now, Rat Cloak, you know, for those that don't know, or at least as far as I know, I think comes out of painting and kind of made a splash, I would say, on Tezos pretty early on with these incredible Microsoft Paintworks. Who was it? Rorich described them as these like Microsoft MS Paint artists to me early on, and yeah, and so that's not what we see here. These are Photoshop works, in a sense, using Photoshop brushes, interestingly. And I have to say, and I've commented on this before, Photoshop has come a long way with their brushes. Like, even 5 years ago, I'm not sure you could have made, you know, what I'd call persuasive paintings on Photoshop. As we do, what do they call it? It's like
Hey, what's up,
backstage.
Emmett? Committed to the
Behind the
art. Yeah, I
front of the
am.
scenes here.
Got
Really, all
to
right,
be.
so, all to
You
say,
don't-
in Photoshop, but
you
now
don't get
what I call,
paid.
credible
don't have
persuasive
art.
brushes, as we're gonna see here.
But yeah, this is a pretty long stream so far. Almost 5
As we
hours,
see,
4 hours and
like, it's kind of
45 minutes right now.
You know, digital painting.
Oh, you mean as far as listening to art? Yeah, that too.
Using, in a sense, brushes and these tragic. I mean, it's hard not to. I hesitate to discuss this work because, in a sense, Rat Cloak is so dark. But just to finish the thought on digital painting before it fleets away, there is a certain, like, as far as brushes that emulate traditional brushes, you know, I feel like digital painting has entered a kind of new era of
Oh boy. My pencil's dying, guys.
Contrasting with the rest, I would
I
argue
gotta charge it up. Dang it.
injection of
I
random
don't have a second
into
one.
painting was just like we, as I think I mentioned maybe last episode, just like we think of Shakespeare and Machiavelli in certain contexts, we can think
Almost
of
6
as,
o'clock here.
overt generalizing, but the first moderns.
I should check on my wife to see.
Pioneer moderns. I think in a certain way we can.
To see what's going on if she wants to eat. So I'll probably leave this. I'm gonna end my stream now. I'm gonna go check out Emmett's stream. He's just getting on. So probably be back a little later after we eat. Keep working on this as long as my pencil's charged. And I just want to say thanks, Emmett, Goober3, Wendy, Dondrell, Josh Harvey, Chista, another Winyan, and who else do we have? We had Mega, Laughing Girl. Anybody else? I just want to thank you all for joining. Anybody that was just kind of hanging out or coming through and checking out what I'm up to, I appreciate it. Thank you, and I hope you all have a good day.